Is Ace Attorney o'clock? I forgot to turn the music back up. Incredible. Is Ace Attorney o'clock? I'm gonna hope and pray that my internet does not freak out like it did yesterday. By some miracle,
Actually?
by some miracle, is Twi-Fairy time. By some miracle, the entire VOD yesterday is in like one chunk, despite disconnecting like 3 times. Hello, Jeremy and Jupiter. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know how it ended up in one chunk after like how much and like how, like, it didn't just disconnect for a second and go, oh, we're reconnecting. Like, it started by doing that, and then it went, oh, your like stream key has disconnected completely and you need to completely restart OBS. So I restarted OBS, and in that time it did not disconnect me completely. So hopefully we're doing okay. And hopefully my bot continues to work, because it stopped working yesterday and I don't know why. Oh, we're in the spooky storeroom part. Oh, we have Emma with us. I forgot. We do have Emma with us. Dark as a grave down here. I can't see the nose in front of my roguishly handsome face. We are manifesting no technical difficulties. It would be wonderful to have none. Hello, Temsick, welcome. Watch your step, Emma.
Ow! I hit my head on something.
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo. Ugh. This is... So the hidden 51st floor really... Why am I going completely English? Hello? So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We'll need to take a careful look over all these items. Inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny, even.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth. You promised an explanation or 3.
I did indeed. Ugh, where to even start?
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case.
It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma.
Seems like you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
I'm not an attorney. Or a prosecutor anymore.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me.
Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Sky. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work.
I want to know where that elevator goes.
It looks like it goes... down? It's something we'll certainly want to investigate further, but we should look around here first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy. I forgot Kay was... I forgot, just like Kay forgot.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind.
This too is Pirate Yakuza. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Funny how by this point in the timeline, Edgeworth has had more cases involving Emma than Phoenix has, yeah. To be fair, they also know each other better. Like, Lana and Miles were like decently, not like close. I don't think they were like really friendly outside of work, but like, they were like, they were colleagues. And Emma knew Edgeworth to a degree. Very well done, let's begin. Did I leave my water across the room? I totally did.
I didn't want to talk to her.
Can we not? Oh, she's our assistant, that's why.
Okay, Ask me anything. I'm all ears. I can't believe they suspect poor Kay. It's outrageous.
I couldn't agree more. But the best thing we can do right now is to stay calm and look for clues.
Except, I've been scientifically processing the situation, and I think I've come up with a better idea. Maybe we could administer some carefully targeted electric shocks directly to Kay's brain. What do you say? Might be just the thing to bring her memory back online.
That sounds more than a little risky. It sounds incredibly risky, in fact. Personally, I'm still of the opinion that searching this room for clues is the better option.
Really? But a little risk is what science is all about.
Yes, a little being the operative phrase.
I'm back for a little while to interpret for my professor, but I'm still mostly based in Europe. Gotta keep studying until I'm the finest forensic investigator under the sun.
I'm very glad to hear you say that. Dedication to one's chosen field is a student's greatest responsibility.
It sure is. But I don't want to get ahead. I don't just want to get ahead academically. I've been trying hard at sports too.
As a scientist, the risk management forms I have to fill out, I can definitely say that risk is not what it's about. Welcome to the stream, Dr. Jeeves. God. Ah, yes, America. I mean Europe. I mean America.
Especially that one event that they have at school athletics meets. You know the one.
There are quite a few to choose from.
It's huge over there. And unlike here, it's considered a real hardcore sport for adults. That's right, I'm talking about glasses battles. Who hasn't heard of those, right?
Me. Never. Not even once.
Glasses battle for listening to Emma talk in the storeroom about how her studies. Can I click on that right now? No, I totally can't. That was a...
Whoops. That's an achievement. Hold on.
Oh, I don't have my prosecutor's badge. This is Kay's pin, right?
It is. It's one of her most prized possessions, and yet she doesn't even remember it.
Huh. Maybe it just needs a bit more pizzazz? I could customize it a little. What do you think? A pink ribbon here, a white feather there. We can have it looking pretty in no time.
Thank you, but I think we'd better leave it as is, lest we confuse Kay and her memories any further.
I'm afraid there's not a whole lot for me to go on here, Mr. Edgeworth. Scientifically speaking, I mean.
In other words, you're not sure what you're looking at?
No, it's not a matter of not knowing. It's a matter of information. I need more data.
This too is Herlock Sholmes. Okay, let's like actually look around. These are...
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into?
It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
But they don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too?
When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct, unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves... I didn't read that dialogue. Hold on. Go back. I'd guess these are prices.
Prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. I must examine all of these in detail. It's also crazy that by a certain point in the series timeline before Spirit of Justice and not counting the latent crossover, Miles also just appeared in more cases than Phoenix. Hello, Callisto's perfume. It's a small bottle, one I've seen before.
Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add?
What? No. What more did you want me to say?
Hold up. I gotta write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations. Next time, try taking those kinds of notes in silence. A bottle of ink and a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case and no longer. Take notes in silence and then eat them like Eddie. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. We must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe, too? Oh, you want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in, this may take a while. That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed. And look, there's an outline in the dust on the top of the cloth. I'd say something was probably sitting here until quite recently, wouldn't you? You know what? I think you may be right, but I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what. Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected?
Oh, should we deduce that? Hold on, let me go through the rest of them first.
Oh, isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found at Gourd Lake. He is a little guy. He should be in the possession of the Sorry, I like Edgeworth also saying he instead of it. He should be in possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here? Oh, but look, he's missing. Oh, but look, he's missing his left horn. He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. I demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? Yay!
They should release that as a plushie.
So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room?
It would seem so, as much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases?
And to who? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
With Emma here, this would have been a funny time to put in a piece of flashback evidence from Rise from the Ashes so you could have both Edgeworth and Emma coyly comment on it.
No, because that would be too cool. Wow, people will really collect anything, huh? Fascinating.
Oh, we can't say anything about the Iron Infant.
That's a cute little doll. It looks kind of like the Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he, too, would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have put him under, more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement.
Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! Are you even listening to me?
Hmm? Oh, of course.
Weeb. Anything about the mannequin?
A mannequin, huh?
Oh wait, that's
Emma. A mannequin, huh? Wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. It doesn't seem to fit with the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here? There's nothing of interest here, definitely not a safe or anything.
okay. Let's deduce this because I don't remember what it is actually.
Could this be related to the evidence somehow?
Oh!
The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance that this is where our murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case?
It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. Okay. You got anything else? Candelabrum. This too is the Great Ace Attorney too.
That's where the murder weapon was. That's where the murder weapon was, right? Yeesh.
This storeroom gives me the willies. That may be the case, Emma. But it also means this place is deeply connected to the case at hand.
Yes, and the spirit of inquiry is what science is all about, so let's just keep searching. Everywhere that isn't creepy or weird, that is.
Blue Badger? There's nothing of interest here. Certainly not the Blue Badger.
Do we have any brain cells right now? We don't. Just price tags.
Okay, I guess that's it.
It's kind of creepy, all these masks lined up here in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it.
No way! That stuff's so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Steel Samurai.
It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai.
The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself to me. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. How many of these can we comment on?
That mask.
He's such a fucking loser.
That's Global Hero Onyankopon.
And why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it, so the merchandise is super rare.
It sounds to me like whoever made it may have simply gone out of business.
That's Captain Saipan. Saipan? He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
I find the flower on his head a little excessive myself.
Mean. What TV show are those from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes.
So their masks are modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eye slits tells you their student ID number. So the one on the left would be number 1, and the one on the right is number 2.
I suppose that could be it, yes.
And that would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers.
I have to admit to being a little intrigued by the show now. These are all characters from the intro cutscene of Farewell My Turnabout. Yeah.
Pink Princess.
She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai series needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course. You love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure.
Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought,
Oh, I can't believe even Emma's seen it.
he's such a fucking loser.
Oh my god. Idiot. These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office. Which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here. We need to find out more. Who the fuck is this guy? Seishiro Jigoku? I miss my wife, Tails. I miss him a lot. Okay. Empty spot. Oh, is that the evil magistrate? There's a collection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a Steel Samurai. And what an impressively authentic likeness it is, too.
The scientist in me is sensing something strange, though. A lack of consistency, you know?
In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow? I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook right in the middle.
Is somebody using that one, perhaps?
Do we have, yeah, Jammin' Ninja.
Kay was carrying a Jammin Ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis. But why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions.
When will there be a mask for the Plume Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm? The show hasn't come out yet.
Fucking coffin?
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping.
I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away.
I wish we'd gotten more of Maya and Edgeworth playing off each other as Steel Samurai fans. I need them to get into, like, fights. I need them to get into, like, full fandom discourse arguments verbally in person at, like Spirit of Justice age.
Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way, too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right?
Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see.
No. A bunch of trophies and... Ooh, look! Somebody left a walkie-talkie here.
It looks to me like it was put there deliberately. Rather like it's on display, to be honest.
Hey, there are batteries in here, too. It could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterward.
Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief.
They just start talking in full forum debate. Like, their siege patterns straight up devolve into forum posting. Exactly. Exactly. I need them both to have just, like, terrible takes on the Steel Samurai, too. Like, they're just both too brain-rotted in completely different directions.
Oh, that's one heck of a desk. I wonder who it belonged to.
There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringy.
He said the line! I love that line so much.
And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop.
Hold on.
And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to loop back around.
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostentatiously awful taste. At least, I don't think there was.
Oh my god.
How much? Piles of banknotes just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way, these are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there.
There's a rumor that the Toto Bank, shit, that's not, how the fuck does the bit start? There's a rumor that all the money in the Toto Bank, all 10 kerbillion of it,
How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, Emma,
why am I turning English?
Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it.
It's Mrs. Monkey.
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of the great Mrs. Monkey.
The great.
I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here?
Huh? Mrs. Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered it somehow?
Don't be ridiculous. As if I'd ever make such a mistake.
Ooh, hiccup.
Why is this blue badger back here kind of cute?
This statue.
What is it? Got some new data for me?
Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were 2 of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places.
An old case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different...
Grossberg's painting is in here? Hold on. Oh, yeah! Oh my god. I forgot. Guys. It's her. The legend herself. It's me, bitch. It's me, bitch. While Lotta is on screen, I think you guys should check out Turnabout and Ace Attorney Musical, where I play Miss Lotta Hart. And also Turnabout Big Top, another Ace Attorney musical, where I don't play Lotta Hart, but it's a really good fucking musical. I'm going to physically walk like 5 feet away to grab my water bottle and then come back and then start voicing Lotta. Hold on, let me show you guys my my little muted face. My audio still works with this on. I just think it's cute to have the genie's eyes closed. Okay, hold on. All right. Oh, it's a lot of time. Sorry, I'm getting information on a merch drop that is time sensitive. Anyway, it's a lot of time. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, doesn't the TV look so peaceful with her eyes closed? Doesn't cause any problems whatsoever.
Anyway, gotcha. Caught in the act. Red dang handed. Guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. Ah. My favorite part of Each Journey Investigations 2 is when Lotta said, "It's Lotta time," and she lotted all over those guys. My eyes. Stop that at once. Ain't no stopping my snapping. Oh god. Not till I got every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again.
We're not criminals.
Yeah, sure. Pull the other one, it's got bells on. This here camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be, oh god, what? It ain't about to be hornswoggled by your cheap denials. Oh, it's you. Huh? You're that low-down, dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya? Who are you calling a low-down, dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart. A photojournalist by trade, we've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one. Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions on her, either. Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all that I want from you is a couple of pictures. Nav, hi! She just showed up. Also, I'm running into the problem that I also have with Gina, where her accent is written phonetically, and it's harder to read because of that.
But we're just here to investigate.
Sure you are. If by investigate you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mile-wide eyes.
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought you might listen to me.
Like, I know they, it's to communicate the accent properly. It's tripping me up in this exact moment.
It didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now.
I want to talk to her just because it's her and I want to get back into her voice a little.
So, what are y'all doing snooping around a fishy old place like this anyhow?
I think it's us who should be asking you that.
Me? I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I'm what you might call a I'm what you might call a photographer for the people. Snapping here, snapping there, snapping every dang where.
I'll just leave you to it then. We can talk once you've gotten it out of your system later.
Damn, that's it? Okay. Well, we'll talk to, oh, can we not talk to Kay? I hope I've been of help to you so far.
Yeah, I guess we're done with the K dialogue already. It's just the same as like the, can we look at Rhoda's, can we please, I need to look at the suitcase, man. The ugly ass suitcase, please let me. Hello? There we go.
You said the statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
The what?
The Alfred statue.
But it says here that it's called the Alif Red statue. Alif Red, Alfred, Alif Red.
What are you muttering about?
Oh, nothing. Let's carry on looking, shall we?
Oh god, obsessed with people like Edward's just not knowing words ever. Hi, Addie. Ooh boy, this whole experience. Why did I say that like Sojiro? Ooh boy. Edward can't remember shit.
This whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, damsels in distress, it's got the lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously, I'm as keen to help out Kay as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing.
That's so nice, Addie.
It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you.
Don't be mean to him, Edgeworth. He's family. Hello to Mike, welcome.
Wow, this is some sturdy construction. Thick floor plates, sturdy supports. At a rough estimate, I'd say it could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edgeworth.
Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough.
You say that, but pack yourselves in tight enough, and I think you just might do it.
I really don't think so. And anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. We can theorize about the elevator once we're done.
Maybe you're right. Fine. 45, Mr. Edgeworths. 48 tops.
Okay, I could have sworn there was another thing over here that we missed, but I cannot find it. We do have brain cells to connect, though. Okay, we'll connect brain cells. Gee, I wonder what connects together. I was saying this on Save Data stream as well. But like on a personal note, I don't think that the logic brain cells are the best implemented gameplay thing. Like, I don't even think I can chalk it up to like maybe it made more sense in Japanese because one, the localization's really good. I don't think this would be where they had a pitfall. But two, like, I just don't understand why some of the logic things are like puzzles at all. Like, I was talking recently about Duolingo. If you do Duolingo for a language that has particles, it's kind of useless as a study tool because like there's only one way that the sentence can make grammatical sense. So if you know those, you're not learning the vocabulary or like the actual grammar. You're just like, well, it has to go in the square hole, you know? Like, I don't think the logic gameplay does anything to help like figure out the case in any way. And oftentimes they're not very well thought out. Anyway.
We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor? This is big. It has to be, right?
I think it might be. But we'll need to investigate a little further yet. As soon as I said hi, I got an ad break. I'm so sorry. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
If only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, huh? Lotta. Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me? I told you. I'm in it for the truth. For the good of society. And for little old me, of course. I gotta say this again. For the people.
If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom.
God, I love the little detail of the numbers going across her glasses. That's so fun. I'm at a con next weekend. I'm gonna bring Emma. I should remember to bring my pink Dios with me.
Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. What? How'd y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe. Guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction.
What? So all the items here.
We're sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had to come see it for myself. Oh my God. Had to come see it for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know? Should have heard the tales my contact was telling. Taller than two trees, or so I thought at first.
Legit debating bringing a chessboard when I cosplay Edgeworth and May. Do it! Do it. Last con I was at as Edgeworth, they had like a giant chessboard over by the tabletop gaming. I have a picture of me like collapsed on it.
Anyhow, wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. You know what we call that, Lotta? Growth. So yesterday I slunk in behind this statue and settled in to wait.
I haven't eaten anything in 12 hours. Bidding started late at night and I carried on right on through the break of dawn. She's having a stroke, guys.
So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence?
Would you like to look at Kay's badge? Hey, I know that pin.
It belongs to the real Yatagarasu. You may be interested to learn that.
You're kidding, right? That story's older than my grandpa's drawers.
I need something more relevant, you know? Something that'll hit hard and boggle minds.
And would you go so far as to fabricate information in order to boggle minds, as you put it?
What do you think I am, huh? Nah, I'll just spice it up a little. Add a couple of bells, maybe some whistles, who knows?
Even a cherry on top if the mood takes me.
That's the very definition of fabrication.
Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room?
Sure, there was regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are they shady? In what way are shady artworks regular, exactly?
But the evidence was a big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then?
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof there. Threw on masks just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones, dinkier than a bug's behind. Sorry, dinkier than a bug's behind. It's so you couldn't see their real faces. And what? It's so you couldn't see their real faces, and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious is all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude.
Also, not a word?
Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. Okay, she's coming back to me. She's coming back to me, folks. And then, in came the next one. When it came time to leave, they all done the same but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Masks back on the hook. Up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation.
And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. I didn't just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know.
You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot here in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue. They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they was all down there. Her accent. And once they was all down there, I snuck up and took a peek. Oh my god, I snuck up and took me a peek at what was going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
Nah, they sent it back up. But there's a little peeky hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
All right, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good a story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader, after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
Y'all should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And an exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already. Hi, hello, welcome.
I see. So you don't actually know anything about them.
You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old-timer. Nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them 3 things is what I remember. But what good's a description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, sirree. Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards.
They were wearing one of the masks? Which one?
Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy. Zervin?
Zervin? What kind of a name is that?
Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth? You've never heard of Zervin? He's global hero and Yankopon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zervin the Time Lord? No fucking way they went with Time Lord. No fucking way they went with Time Lord.
I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all?
No, I dang well didn't. Which kind of scotches my scoop. Oh, this whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should have never come.
We know of somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower, correct?
Sure did. Don't ask me why they were dressed up. Don't ask me why they was dressed up like a peacock on parade day, but they was.
Isn't this the outfit you saw?
Well, holy smokes! It sure as heck was. But wait, so the big cheese is dead?
All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating.
Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her?
Nope. So the ringleader was a lady.
Well, ain't that just slipperier than a dang eel? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that?
I hardly think she did it to spook you. To fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim.
So somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? And that's what was happening.
When what was happening?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Y'all just go on about your business now? No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot. I told y'all, it's nothing. And you won't get nothing more... You won't get nothing... You won't get nothing more out of me than that.
Wait. So there is more?
How many dang times do I gotta tell you? It ain't nothing, okay? I ain't saying nothing either. I ain't saying nothing either way. Oh, can you tell us just a little more, pretty please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more. Heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you? Pro bono. What kind of a cockamamie thank you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourself, just like I had to.
Okay. Guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. It's blackmail.
All right, logic chess, let's go.
Sorry, mind chess. Let's start by observing our opponent.
I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead wherever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is.
Wahoo! Oh god, it's going so fast.
Let's talk about this reasonably. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to be reasonable.
I am calm, dang you. Leastways I will be. Just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase similar to your own, in fact.
Oh yeah. She spoke like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know.
She was your apprentice. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Heard y'all bumped into her. She's a great kid, reckon. Wait, oh no you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake.
Ooh, you nearly had me too. Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little.
Cute.
I think we can use that to our advantage.
Ah, damn it.
I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you neither.
Time to deploy my clue. What the fuck is our clue?
I know your apprentice pretty well.
I don't have anything to do with you. It's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
That's a stride, Judgeworth.
Yeah, well...
Guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that. Guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you know we're pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind.
Good. And you'll tell us what you know now?
Fine. See, it's like this. Got me a Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lotta. You can't let him bamboozle. Oh, God. You can't let him bamboozle you that easy.
What was that about a school?
Oh, forget it. It was nothing.
How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now, tell me what it is.
Ah. All right. I got me a scoop. Big one. But I can't just go blabbing about it to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop.
Think on.
She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Might be it did, might be it didn't.
Which is it? This is important.
All right. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing. Just snuck in and did some undercover reporting.
Sneaking in is a problem. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. And unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime.
Hey, you did the exact same thing, genius. No, but I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that.
Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we?
Still, don't amount to a whole hill of beans, right? There's folks out there that have done way worse. Murder, for one. Next to murder, trespass hardly ain't nothing.
So you committed a murder. I'm kidding. From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide.
No, I was just talking all hypothetical like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder.
Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career.
Look, I done told you, okay? Snuck into the auction, I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. I ain't seen nothing, I ain't heard nothing. Scout's honor.
I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I'd better try another tack. This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction?
You know what? I clean forget.
But if you try to infiltrate an underground auction, it only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell you. I didn't hear nothing.
You didn't hear anything. If you didn't hear the sound of nothing... No, wait, I fucked up. Does that mean you heard the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it wasn't nothing really, just a little noise is all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. That is a funny way to do the dialogue. I thought I fucked up, but okay. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Oh god, we're getting danger. Blah, 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 blah. Go, 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 we can do it. Time to deploy my clue. I hate him. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claimed it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim.
Ah, How do you keep doing that? All right. It's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's all you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise.
The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. Were you really in the middle of the scene? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true?
You're calling me a liar now? Hoo-wee, now I'm mad. Real mad.
Go ahead, stay mad. I'm the one who should be angry.
I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stories if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know? Faster than anybody, honester than anybody.
A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. Tell me more about the incident. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important.
Wish I could help y'all, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I could tell you. Sorry. I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time.
Time to deploy my clue. I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story.
Well, see...
It seems your so-called information is not credible after all.
Look, there was murder, and I was there. I can even prove it.
You can prove it, can you? How?
Got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it.
She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I need to use it to maximum effect. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me.
Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already.
Time to deploy my clue.
Damn, that was good. We did all those in the right order.
I know you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell.
Ah. Dang it all to heck. Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want, right? Here, I done snapped a photo. Happy now? You better be.
And that's checkmate. You loser.
Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures, too. Yeah, about that. So, like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. It was all shouting out bids, and somebody'd say something, and somebody'd win something, and bam, down comes the hammer. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind that there statue and hid.
And who was it that eventually appeared?
Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever placed the winning bid. Sweet, sweet sound of cold, hard cash.
I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps?
Hey, can you make a wallet noise?
Wallet! Anyhow, the deal was you settled... What? Oh, the deal was you settled your bills up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
I thought she was going to keep talking. Wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. My guess is the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabber, yabber, yabber. On it goes for a little while, then a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girly. It don't suit you none.
Jesus.
I'm just a dainty little journalist all on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day?
Dainty?
Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got to feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get out my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoop like that dropped right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide.
Lotta fucking heart, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time. And so I grab one real quick from in the shadows there.
Could we see this photograph?
Oh, do I have to? Here.
That's...
The person in the red raincoat. The one who attacked Kay.
So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Then proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? I wondered the same thing. Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. That's the killer, all right. Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is.
So are we saying the victim disappeared? Disappearing victim. How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Because they're literally red-handed with blood? How else would that get there, huh? And the auction just carried on after that? Sure did.
It's really funny when she has lines that I definitely said in Tam. Because I will do them with the exact same inflection.
Sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened.
Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Base Lotta moment?
Funny. I find a journalist struggle to understand as well.
That's because you're rich, Edward. Okay. Yeah, we already got that. Ooh. Hold on. Okay.
What brain cells do we have to connect together?
Gee, I wonder what brain cells were supposed to connect to. You guys see what I mean? Like, I didn't even read what was on those two pieces. It was just they were the only ones we had, so I connected them. If the store, which, like, I knew this bit is like, oh, okay, if the auction was going on, then the, like, quote-unquote floating assailant that attacked Kay must have come from here. That's why she thought they came from, you know, literally nowhere. And there's also the mix-up she has with which side she was on and whatnot.
If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here You'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. There we go.
Huh? Well, yeah.
But think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course. They came up from downstairs back through the storeroom and... Oh.
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? I've got a pretty good idea. Emma, if you would mind putting your skills to work for me now?
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
All right, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture. I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result. Oops.
Hello?
To test an area, just press space. That'll spray a little luminol on it. Alright. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. Ugh, it still feels super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely. And made it feel that much more real. Anyway, I think you've got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure that there's still some more to be found, so why don't you give it a try?
Okay. Logically higher up here. Yep.
And that's how it's done. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with the luminol.
I'm suspicious of this box.
You want to test there? Just spray some more luminol any place suspicious.
I think the entire fucking box. Yep.
Mr. Hutchworth, look! Blood!
But how could it have gotten in there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there? There are still places we haven't tested yet. Let me see what else we can find.
Actually, an ad break is about to start, and I want to go get water, so I will be right back, folks. Everybody hydrate or dihydrate. Don't set the chat on fire.
Wahoo!
And we're back. Ad break is still going for a little bit, but in the meantime, we can continue to investigate. I'm actually gonna take a second to make sure all my like goal widgets are properly working. Okay, the goal widgets weren't working a couple of days ago, and some of my like alert noises are not working. There's more besides the Susato and the Iris alert with the fancy noises. There is a raid alert, but we got raided yesterday, and the alert didn't go off. So I need to like troubleshoot that later. Also, I swear to God, the ad breaks are like way too frequent. I'm pretty sure I have ad breaks on like the longest possible interval, and they're still happening like a lot per hour. I feel like they are. Or maybe I'm just noticing them more often because I'm getting like, you get the notification that an ad break is coming up, and then you also get the notification that the ads are starting. So maybe I'm just noticing that, but
Anyway. You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative.
Actually, hold on. What do we have? Ms. Hart's statement. Where did the... Did that not go into the... Okay. Nope. I just really want to look at this fucking suitcase, man. Can we talk to Addie? Careful with that. You can't just go spraying others with luminol. I wasn't about to. All right. Jesus. We got a positive. There's blood here. But how come?
Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say.
Oh, looks like some of it dripped through to the floor below, too.
Gross. Elevator blood.
I think that's all the blood there is to be found.
All right, and that concludes this phase of our investigation.
Hidden body, closed box. I see, like, it was weird that the blood that was in the closed box was, like, not added to the logic section. It was, like that wasn't an option to use even during the investigation. Anyway.
That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
I wonder who won the box in the auction.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way a body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look at that there box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go-seek if the need arose. And maybe it would have been, if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight.
And I ain't no scam apologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out, so can nobody have put no body in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh? Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have swore it was, though.
I think we've examined all we can now.
Great. Time to see what's waiting down below.
Shaking a leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Meister.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course. I'll be sure to stay close.
When did those two start getting along so well? He's being nice. Oh, look at the squad. Look at them. Look how cute they look. Is everybody so proud of Edgeworth for going through that elevator without having a panic attack? Like, genuinely? I know it was only a floor, but... Oh, Eustace.
Mr. Edgeworth!
They fit so nicely in the elevator, yeah. This room.
This is the auction room? No, this is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, Kay Faraday. You got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, men. Arrest her now.
Eustace said seize her. Wait, but she's...
As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out onto the streets where they belong. Take him to the principal's office and have him expelled. You can't do this. This is going way overboard.
Yeah, what she said.
Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say.
See how the
Hold on.
see how the blinding light of justice shines on me. Owie.
What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor.
You weren't aiming for him. You were aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way. Something.
Ugh.
Right there. Franziska. I love Franziska. So what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kay to be innocent. And we're supposed to care what you believe? You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Franziska von Karma, and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge. And so, our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. Yay! We get to face off against Franziska. Also, something about, it's the way this is something like that could totally be a calm conversation, but the way Franziska is like, she's scared. She's scared. She doesn't want Miles to leave, you know? She's scared and so she's lashing out at him, but Edgeworth is the type of person where he's like, I don't need to explain anything, it will all be fine, just trust me. Source, I made it the fuck up. He doesn't know how to talk to her, man. I care them a lot. The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match. Miles Edgeworth. QE. What is QED? She seems pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a no hard feeling. Ugh! Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If we really have found the road to the truth, Perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me towards it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Franziska.
Oh, it's okay. I figured that was a Latin phrase. Yeah, I just have not ever heard that.
I'm about to pave that road with incontrovertible evidence.
Okay, victim used to kick her. She's been stabbed. Wait. Hold on. Where's the autopsy report? Head injury sustained post-mortem. Then what? Objection! That wasn't it.
Franziska, what do you make of this? A word of warning, Miles Edgeworth. If you don't wish to feel the sting of my whip, don't show me every meaningless item you happen to cram in your pockets.
At least I'm not giving you meaningless warnings.
Scientifically speaking, that whip looks like it was made to inflict the maximum amount of pain possible.
Well, unscientifically speaking, I can tell you that it hurts. A lot.
And I guess you'll just have to try your best to avoid getting hit, huh?
Okay.
Hold it!
And the stab wounds she sustained are a perfect match with the candelabrum in question. 3 wounds inflicted by metal spikes of some kind in 3 places simultaneously. Even you have to agree that there aren't many objects that could do that. Furthermore, Grandma Hertz confirmed the murder weapon in her report. Then there's absolutely no doubt in your mind that it was the candelabrum. None whatsoever. And as for the culprit...
Hold it!
Have you managed to prove conclusively that the letter found on the victim was sent by Kay? I wasn't aware that there was any doubt on that front. Are you suggesting it was a forgery? Well, if there was any doubt, there isn't any longer. Document analysis turned up nothing. Nothing to suggest the involvement of anyone other than the sender and the recipient, or of any forgery. Are you saying that they found Kay's prints? No, only the victims. Well then, how can you say for sure that Kay did the deed? Haven't you been listening? Document analysis found nothing to suggest that the letter was a forgery. Face it, the letter was sent by Kay Faraday. A fact that more than adequately proves the identity of the murderer.
Didn't we already say that the, Oh, it's this one. But, like, didn't we already say that the letter was planted, though?
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't mean to press that.
You can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Or did you forget that when you handed in your badge?
Damn, okay, that was worth it.
Hold it!
I want to press this just to see now. Has the blood been analyzed to see who it belongs to?
It has, and unsurprisingly, it was confirmed to be that of the victim. And has it occurred to you that where it was found may not be where the murder in fact took place? How quickly you forget, Miles Edgeworth. Evidence is everything in the courtroom. So please, present your proof that the murder occurred elsewhere. Or kindly stand down.
All right.
She makes a pretty watertight argument, huh?
Perhaps, but she doesn't know what we know.
You're right. We got a certain scientific discovery up our sleeves.
And that discovery will show her to the road I've found to the truth.
Oh, the blood. It's in the clothes box, right? Or here.
Objection!
It's this one. It's the other one. Okay. I think my brain is too far ahead because, like, we know they were in the clothes box, but, like, the clothes box also doesn't say where it was committed.
Objection!
What? Is it on a different statement? Is that the bit? We have a lot of help. What did you do? Oh, he called her Fran. calls her Fran. That's cute. Okay, hold on. Okay, I guess it has to be this one. That's annoying.
Objection!
If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act even for a cold-blooded killer. Why was that so metal? Except that may not be true at all. Look at this, if you would. It's a blood stain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot, in fact, have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterwards was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought.
Mr. Edgeworth is anything but a fool, sir, and you know it. Oh!
Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs. Let me guess, they took the thing out of the body as the... So when you stab somebody, the implement acts like a plug. You're trying to tell me that all of the blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisca. But you've played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think some splatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you?
Whoa, like some crazy fountain of blood? No way!
No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom because the weapon was removed here.
Also, there was a post-mortem head injury. That is also a cause of more blood. Like, probably not enough for what they're talking about, but like, still.
The victim died of 3 stab wounds, wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly. As proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room.
But that doesn't make any sense. Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Ooh.
Silence, you half-baked, harebrained rookie.
Hey, harebrained is a little Albert Harebrained mention. I'm kidding. But.
A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time.
Oh, I know. When the weapon is removed, right?
Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the 2 locations.
But why? What was the killer trying to do?
I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in the investigation? If they were involved in the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed.
I'm realizing in this moment, I don't remember who the culprit is. I have a guess, and I think I'm right, but I don't remember for sure.
Underground auction? You should take a look. You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should be more... one that should more than explain what was going on here last night. It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. I hate that. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of the items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know.
You did the right thing, Detective. Now I don't have to talk to my sister. So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? But you don't need to, and so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all mind if I butt in for a second? Your victim over there? The lady in the white?
You!
Hey, let a gal finish, will ya?
Oh god.
No good button in the pain in the you-know-what. Ow! Well, this leopard sure ain't changed her spots.
Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence.
What do you mean? I'm a journalist. You can't... Oh. You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that one time. Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee? Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that there secret auction. Ah! Stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it.
What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edgeworth, explain. Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
That would mean
that the victim was also the ringleader. Because nobody's ever heard of changing clothes before.
Now, how about we all just calm down, sir?
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction. And to arrest its head of operations, the auctioneer. But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
stop being mean.
I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisca Von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Latest theory. Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. They then stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There, does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There's a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. All right then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Franziska's testimony to task. Okay. That's the auctioneer. Culprit was an attendee. It's a reasonably coherent explanation of events on the surface, but something's off. I need to see if I can tease a little more out of her.
Hold it!
And how exactly did you come to that conclusion? Members of the big building staff were questioned extensively, but none mentioned a secret storeroom. It seems its existence was known to only a handful of people. And of course, that storeroom was where the items that were sold in the auction were being kept. Very good, which suggests a link between knowledge of the storeroom and involvement of the auction.
Hold it!
Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. So you believe that the victim and the ringleader were one and the same? I do. And the murderer was.
Why are you asking her this? You just said the exact same thing yourself, dummy.
So I did. But I was merely confirming Franziska's reasoning in order to...
Oh, don't give me that horse feed. You get caught saying something stupid and you give a little laugh and you move on with your day.
The murderer was one of the auction attendees.
What? You don't got no notes for our friend here on that little performance of his?
Of course, assuming that our friend the photographer's word can be trusted. I can't quite tell if they love or hate one another.
A new Ace Attorney Yuri just dropped, I guess.
Anyway, the more relevant point here is how the culprit actually carried out their plan.
Hold it!
How exactly did they manage that, May I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Objection!
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide too. You're saying the killer was hiding out of sight while they awaited the victim's arrival. I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Franziska?
There we go.
And we do have something, I think it's Lotta's testimony. 11 attendees, auction continued even after the murder occurred. Yep.
Objection!
Ooh, hiccups. It seems you're one step behind yet again, Franziska. How so? The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us.
Well, if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it. I done told you. I done told you. I'm a journalist, dagnabbit. The word is ew. Did I ask you to open your mouth? Double ew.
Objection!
Calm down and listen for a second, Franziska. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. And she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred.
You bet it did.
Went right on like nothing had happened at all. How would that have been possible without an auctioneer, It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees.
No.
As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer. Because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then who was the victim really? Right, well, if the auction carried on after the murder. The victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that sound all too well.
Hi, Verity.
Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman.
Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity.
Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, that'll do nicely. All right, Celsius, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just stopped by to see how my boneheaded boy was getting along.
They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure those two or what they meant.
I thought I might need to light a fire into this investigation, but it seems not. Suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately. Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent.
Shut your meddling mouth. You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organizations be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too. Personally. Sorry, it must be my age.
Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is the matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course, as always. You really are a godsend, Verity.
Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this person.
Overruled.
You can stop right there, Mr. Etchworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof? Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the blood stains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results already came back, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
What? No. This completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list. Ms. Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat up on the roof, correct?
Yes, I did.
We now know that the person was the murder victim. And you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went.
Objection!
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
Overruled.
As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Ringer could have simply been acting in self-defense. Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent. But I'm not.
Kay.
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remember something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer, it was me.
This too is Turnabout, an Ace Attorney musical.
remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. You can't be.
Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer.
This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago.
Overruled.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Objection!
As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be...
Overruled.
We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant.
How dare you take that tone with me?
This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful. What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest. Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Miles.
What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong.
He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal, nothing more. Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow, although I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard. This court is adjourned. Oof. Ooh.
Good shit. Good shit. I really like the writing for Excelsius. Tee. I actually am going to take another break really quick. I am going to go to the bathroom and come back. But I shall return very quickly. Once again, do not set the chat on fire the way that Excelsius has been setting his papers on fire. Yippee.
Wahoo. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu pin. I can't help but worry about her. They better be treating her well.
Murderer, it was me.
Hold on, I'm taking a screenshot of this.
I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer.
Come on, let's go. You got a visitor. A visitor? Who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away? No, though I'm not sure what to even say to him. Wait here. They're leaving me unsupervised. Forgive the intrusion. Judge Gavel. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I'd better find out. You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Bender and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard. For even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you just come here to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Ms. Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book. I want to present Kay's badge, I just want to see. Ms. Faraday is currently being interrogated about her involvement in the murder. You and the committee. You know what you're doing, don't you? You know that the wrongful arrest and persecution of an innocent person is beyond reprehensible. That's quite the slanderous remark. I would ask that you frame your outbursts with a little more care. Besides, she is not innocent. You merely wish that she is. You can't say that. You don't have conclusive proof. Nor do you have conclusive proof to the contrary. So let's not retread this tired old topic again. She will go to trial, and the goddess will pass her judgment. There is nothing you can do to stop that. And there is nothing more to say on the subject. Instead, let us speak of the matter at hand.
Damn.
Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I am here simply to talk. Nothing more. There's something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes, who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gabelle, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth, and it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me. I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another. That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. Harumitsu mentioned... That conversation fucks. I love how antagonistic Verity seems right now. Oh, I can walk around. Okay. No dialogue or anything. Time to escape. No, I'm kidding. There's a poster in the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll the die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to the daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. Hey, why do you know that about Gumshoe? But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. Why do you talk like this? Mean to him for no reason. Escape. The window is barred with heavy steel. Reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I won't be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't have a file on me at the moment. What am I even saying? I wouldn't do it even if I had one. This guy. Nothing about the toilet? Oh, no, you do. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sorts of mental preparations can one even make? What the fuck? I've barely spent any time in here, and already I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar. It's slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. He's goofy. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch, and add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time, only add regular white rice at no extra cost. It's probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. Do I have another visitor? Kay!
Oh,
Thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind. Such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Gross. But you're still not your usual cheery... I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't.
no. You have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now.
But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself?
Can I, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no me left to believe in.
None at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. And I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence. And why you should believe in yourself too.
Thank you. I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay. She's gone.
Weh. Kate, no! You remind me of my younger self, you know? So noble, so bold. Listen, this is the justice you and the committee stand by. Stand for, even. Justice. I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? Oof. This is no time to second-guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait! Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. Mind chest time! There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Or... Come now, Miles, I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask in so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do. Kay is innocent. No, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Ugh. Fuck. It's no good. I don't have enough information to take this any further just yet. But my chance will come. I just have to be ready when it does. Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then? What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. Ah, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears. Spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Coming along nicely. That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge the question.
Not the fucking, like... This is not an example of gaslighting, but it sounds like someone who does it a lot. Excelsius Winner.
But it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient.
Yay.
We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. How much time did you spend investigating? How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well, now, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's not bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see. Why, I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind your fool of a son. Answer me.
Poor Eustace.
How long did you spend on the investigation? You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... Oh, what was me? He's only too happy to derail the conversation no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tack for now. You can hardly say our investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me, I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you insist on being so blunt. Oops. And I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge anytime soon. I don't need that badge anyway. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. So young. So very young. Word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. My boy. Idiotically so. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance. Kay is innocent. Oh, I fucked up. I thought it included... Yeah, it's fine. You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? Ah, the youth these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. I've got you now. You're backed into a corner and you don't even know it. What are you going on about all by your lonesome over there? You need to cut an old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all that youthful energy. Versus, I should have picked my words more wisely. Can't just let this happen. I'm getting answers if it's the last thing I do.
Do this again.
Well, well. Maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter? Scared? Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all.
Gotta head to bed. Was nice watching. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good night.
You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands.
I just dropped one of my beans. I dropped my Cosmo bean. He fell.
This is just a bigger line. I want to use it. Oh no, that was not the answer. Let's try that again. Okay, let's go. Come on. For real this time, not clickbait.
Your fate rests in my hands. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless. Tragically, miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt had already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. Let's fucking go, let's fucking go. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. And I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? Ugh. But my fuse is only so long.
Oh, you have no idea how rude I can be. What about my fuse? Oh, you have no idea how rude I can be. Oh, God.
Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream of. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know? I really am quite the busy man. I'm about to get so much fucking ruder. Or are you just pretending to be busy? That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man.
Fragile old man, look at your fucking abs, man. You can't say that. You can throw down, I know it.
I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? Trying to make me feel sorry for you. I'm hoping to avoid talking about the case. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic. It really is. And you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion. It's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest, for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There is plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, they were all in her possession. And, of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. Fuck. It's true I can't counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue.
Yeah.
Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. Wreaks havoc on the memory. Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop playing the old man card. You remembered the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again. Who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you. All right, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions.
One more chess piece, let's go.
The end game is still at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest. Careful with that lighter. Why so quiet all of a sudden? I caught you now. You're back to... Ah, damn it. Oops. Careful with that lighter. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover. But you keep saying how busy you are. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you are a very busy man. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know. You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right. Although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. Could be a valuable clue. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's a suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Time to deploy my clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Oh, there's that intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now?
You don't have what it takes to be me.
I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you?
I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake?
Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy. It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Kay is innocent. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. My, you really are a sharp one. It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and the conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what'll happen. But whose interests does such a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. And mine? You know, listening to you just now, well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere. And utterly infuriating. Look, Look, I'm not perfect, I know that. It's your lack of sophistication in these matters, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. Or would you say the same if you knew that the real value of truth is? What the real value of truth is, even? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Hey, Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Capcom let him say fuck. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still a hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. The part of Turnabout Sisters where Phoenix gets arrested because Red White makes an accusation wishes it was that scene. All my love to Ace Attorney 1. I don't think they had their handle on like the corruption quite yet. That is like, that was fucking good. 10 members, over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We're gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank. Don't make me laugh. Verity, would you be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth? On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Hello, really loud car? Okay. Further explanation will be provided by
Me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor.
The floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer.
This is a terrifying fucking scene.
That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah.
Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction.
I love that they're saying that the auction took place in here, not realizing that implicates the entire committee. Because they're the only people who can logically enter the room. Like, yes, one person's key card can bring through everybody, but it's more likely that the people in the committee are just the auction participants. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that... Oh, Eustace. I deduced that Ringer was not, in fact, the auctioneer.
You deduced nothing of the sort. And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner?
Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by...
Crushing remorse, Eustace?
Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it. Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat.
And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's who.
Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics.
Mean to him!
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it! The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it, and the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it.
All right, Miles. I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we? I have no objections, Chairman Winner. Well, now, is that so? I thought it would, oh, shit, fuck. No objections in the manner of my unauthorized investigation, that is. Thought it might have taken more than a single night in detention to break you. Jesus. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty.
Overruled.
I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical, of course, you were to withdraw your objections. You might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee. This is crazy. This is crazy. So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth? If you think you can buy my silence, think again. You will watch your mouth. Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on the incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it'll make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case. Really? But, sir... This will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he deserves. If you say so, Mr. Chairman. Thank God. Now run! No, okay. You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume? None whatsoever. Mr. Edgeworth. Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof. After she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out. And thus concludes the committee's view of the case. The raincoat was on offer that night? Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Zhengfa, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility. But our enquiries revealed that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances. And wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit defeat. I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you. It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to? Okay. Red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. Our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with a purchase.
The only exit was, of course, the hatch.
No, there's the elevator. Oh, I guess that's right, though.
Hold it!
Ms. Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? While the auction was still underway, I would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Miss Hart found out about it, I think its existence is already well and exposed. The rules of the auction stated that the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow those rules, and given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact, something you seem to specialize in. If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked.
Hold it!
Her flame went out? The flame of her life, Mr. Edgeworth, though perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more apt.
Objection!
But the candelabrum that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Overruled!
Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowing of the storeroom's existence. She could easily have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was underway. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you. Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us much on that front at the moment. Forgive me, sir. This is something we're hoping to establish through further investigation. Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? Seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, then, isn't it? So their theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's where the murder took place. In other words, it assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Okay, go back to the... Okay. Ooh, we can look. The prongs of each arm are covered in blood. The spacing matches that of the wounds in the victim's chest. But is this really the murder weapon? The base is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it would be immediately obvious what had been standing there. Okay. Cause of death is 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn mark on the back of the victim's right hand. Worn by the victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. She emerged onto the viewing platform. Is it this again? So why do we not have the blood on the... We don't have the blood on the... Oh, is that it, actually? Photo taken just after the incident, the ringleader... No. Okay, let me double check what Verity's timing is. After winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase.
Objection!
Okay, yeah.
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavel. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious.
Well, now, I ain't really an eyewitness. More of an ear witness, I guess.
She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she? I like to think I can choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this photograph. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But, according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture.
Wait, you're saying that Gavel got it?
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct?
I sure did, clear as day, and with my own two eyes. To boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions. This right here is a scoop of the century, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking meal ticket? Seriously? It's not a little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought, that's our perp right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that... Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know. What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard? Voices that may be unrelated?
Objection!
Unrelated? You can do better than that. Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's?
You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey, or my name ain't Lotta dang Hart.
But did you hear them clearly?
Well, can't rightly say for sure, but I can't rightly say nothing and you know it. He was using voice changers, I done told y'all that.
Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did overhear had anything to do with the murder.
Objection!
You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavel. Nonsense. Verity's the best of us, my boy. The very best. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove that the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. Much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. Lewd.
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit.
Yes, because Miss Hart said as much.
Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw in this person's hand. And I doubt many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. The picture tells us that the victim... There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom. But here we have photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained.
What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound?
The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagine she had used her hand to... Oh god, I accidentally hit autoplay. Go back. I imagine that she had used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. Oh. Well, that would certainly change things, wouldn't it? It very much would. Not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken. After the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. Ask me how I know. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that or pretending not to remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery.
Dad, Gabelle worked for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? It's my job.
You really are a total and utter embarrassment.
I'm not.
I hate to break it to you, but you both are.
Mean. Go to it, Gabelle. Put Edgeworth out
of his misery. As you wish. Ms. Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And we all know that what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabra. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune.
Nicely done, Gabelle. Now Edgeworth will have to...
Make several objections? Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why? Weren't you listening?
Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections.
Come on. Why do you always have to undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well to yourself every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that. Because I'm...
Please, Eustace, just stop, for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad? Mean.
Okay. Come on.
Hold it!
But the victim may not necessarily have died instantly. I think we can say that much at least. Perhaps. But she surely would not have lived for longer than a few moments either.
So, there are people who could survive even if you stab them in the chest? Sure, there might be. And there might not be, too. So, which is it?
Trust me, there are not. And in case you're still tempted to believe there might be.
Hold it!
Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candlehold. Well done for reading, Mr. Edward. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions. In other words, if I disprove what it says, I disprove your other conclusions too. You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read that report very carefully. After all, I am not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions. Very well. Then you shall have my deductions.
Mr. Atchworth?
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be all right. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed.
Okay, we're looking for proof that she was alive and breathing.
Oops.
Objection!
Nope. Would you mind taking a look at this photograph? Damn. Judge Cabella's a tougher nut to crack than Mr. Winter, but that doesn't mean I should give up. Something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. Fingerprints and blood were found on the hood.
Is it just this again?
No, it's not. Fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Oh, on the hood.
Objection!
Nope. That blew up in my face. Did I already try?
Objection!
Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. Proof that she was breathing.
11 attendees all were wearing masks. Auction continued. Broken plushie. Oh. Oh, I don't know. I thought it was the red raincoat because there are fingerprints and blood on the hood, so the implication is they grabbed it and took it off their head. But it's not that. I don't remember the timeline here, too. Maybe we need to press more shit.
Hold it!
And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that? None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hertz's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as fact.
The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory.
Well, I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings.
Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them.
But if the cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum... Hold on. That would seem to contradict one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered.
If the cause of death really was the puncture wounds, that would contradict one of the pieces of evidence. He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me. Do something, Gavel.
As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions.
There's like a number of things here, like the puncture wounds and the... She's wearing the wrong outfit.
Wait.
Oh, I was just on the wrong fucking statement. God damn.
Objection!
Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course? The red raincoat. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir. The one Ms. Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth. You will not be thanked for retreading old ground here. Well, I'm afraid I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavel. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course. They were found on the hood and... No. What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... Was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No. It was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of stab wounds to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet, there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I ever saw one. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first.
No, because, like, why would there be a post-mortem head injury ever?
As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Ms. Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit, you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction with some evidence. Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction in the order of injuries revealed? Autopsy report.
Take that!
This is Dr. Hertz's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. But the order suggested by the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite, yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she will be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I would like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they?
Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh?
Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing. We still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve us as clear evidence of the auctioneer's identity as of yet. But there is someone involved in that case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least, they might be able to point us in the right direction.
And that's...
Chairman Winner, I demand that you testify as to what you know.
What? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad?
You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else. The items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow. By Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe. But for the sake of completeness, I must ask. Why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think the good chairman might be in shock. So what if I did? Did you hear me, dear boy? I said, so what if I did? You say you got me to admit as much? But where is your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance he showed at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth, I am going to have to ask you to explain yourself. If that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be very interested to hear this for myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten the idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. He has a lot of nerve acting all innocent like that. Very well. Let's start at the very beginning. A very good place to start. The fact that the auction took place right here in this hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion. A location that should, by rights, only be accessible to members of the committee.
Yeah, they all have key cards to the room after all.
Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis. And for that to be possible,
There can only be one winning explanation.
That's right, Mr. Winner. That the auctioneer is a member of the committee.
What? No!
What on earth is wrong now?
What do I do, Dad? I played right into his hands.
You did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, you do realize that you've cast quite the wide net with your explanation. That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total.
Oh, God. That's such a loud crowd noise for how many people are in here. It's not me. And it can't be the chairman. Can it?
Whoever it is, speak up right now.
Calm down, all of you. Please.
Well, Miles, is that all the proof you got against me? You're very quiet all of a sudden. It's too late to back out now. You accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Ugh, his eyes are freaky. You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I hardly even remember. But you needn't have bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day. And her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick holes in it as you see fit. How can I when that was barely a testimony to begin with?
Man, he's a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Ashworth. Please just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it.
You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay, nothing more. If you must believe in something. Believe me when I say you should believe in your own innocence instead.
But
I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him.
Okay. That's not anything. For the murder happened, the order of the victim. Some other things I hardly even remember. That's interesting. That's not anything. This might be something.
I'm not going to find any contradictions in a testimony like that. And he seems to think he's already won.
Oh, it's the same. Okay, let's press that one.
Hold it!
I seem to recall the ringleader's identity in the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention.
Yes, I was listening, my boy. By critical. Oh, but critical is a matter of opinion.
How can you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today.
Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff.
You do like to try, though, don't you?
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Hello, Natalie, welcome. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt.
Objection!
Oh, that's your voice. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll just say she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit.
Huh? You mean me?
Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, you know. Gross. But fine, ask away, on one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. We'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed.
Call the proceedings to an end. You mean the hearing?
Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she's officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan, if I do say so myself. That's it. You just declare her guilty, just like that. That's the gist of it. It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Kay,
Yes?
I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence?
Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please, just accept it. The Kay you thought you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust.
Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you for very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. You would never commit a murder. You could never, because this is who you really are.
Take that!
You're the great thief Yatagarasu, a noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. Because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it.
Hold it!
No, the only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you?
No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you.
Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Which is exactly what the Kay I know would have done.
You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself, Kay. Remember the noble thief you truly are. That memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Kay. What's wrong? Did you remember something?
Oh.
It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did.
A cow. A cow?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you could perhaps ask her for a few more details.
I do want to pause and just talk about, Edgeworth said that he wasn't a good person so quickly. Good lord. Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow?
I remember now. The person in the red raincoat. She had it in her hand. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. It's so cute.
Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain?
Yes, I'm sure.
Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony.
Objection.
Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possessions is new and highly relevant evidence.
Objection.
Need I remind you of the adult state of her memory? No, this simply won't do. Adult? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago. But thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves with the finer details. Did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action?
Yes, you're right. See it as you see fit, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor.
This thing.
We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot.
Little guy.
Wait, that's...
Do you know something, Gavel?
No, it's just not what I imagined. I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully.
Let's look at the little guy. Let's look at the... Yay! Oh, it's cute.
The right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of this stuffed toy.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves.
It does?
It sounds like sand being crushed.
It would seem there is a recording device hidden inside.
I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself. I've waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge.
Could this be the moment of the murder?
And someone made a recording of it. Hey, that's them right there. Them's the voices I heard. Sure as eggs is eggs.
Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying when these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage.
You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you, them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got out, when she got.
Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one without more than your word to back it up. We need something more, something credible. We need Yet again, she seems to be stepping in to help. Stepping in to help? Judge Gavel, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment the words we heard of one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what those words are referring to and how it's all related. I think it's the coroner's report, right? Because the burn is mentioned. Yeah.
Take that!
The coroner's preliminary findings? How do they prove anything? What? Okay, this is a crazy way to do this. Burn mark. Oops.
Take that!
Think again on the words we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her right hand. And what of it? According to Kay's testimony, the victim was carrying a stuffed cow toy. And a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured.
Huh. It's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right?
Overruled!
I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one that we hear the most.
But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even if they're male or female.
Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunate, but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Mr. Ringer. Nope, Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was. We can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator. The ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterward, and the auction carried on after that. All of which points to one key fact. I wasn't paying attention. Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim.
Hey, Gavel.
Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. Hello? They did that for us. They did that for Verity fans and nobody else.
Overruled!
I didn't even read what Miles said. Jesus.
And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I am fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event.
There's a good boy is crazy.
There were certain traces left on the scene that seemed to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer? Oops.
Right?
Take that!
The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we originally thought the murder had happened in this chamber. But it was simply a ruse designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If the culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports the theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone you'd like to name? The auction is always held in the committee chamber, with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes, yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection!
You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you got something to share after all. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? Do I? I don't think I do. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means he knows. He knows I have nothing. Oh. Well, Miles, my boy. Time to pay the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Verity, he's all yours.
Wait, dang it. I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? No, it just done came to me. Flash of inspiration, you know how it is.
Very well. Say your piece.
Objection!
What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through this excruciating process again in the future.
Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring it into this with a winning finish. Bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are.
Fine, let's hear what the witness has to say. You heard the chairman, Miss Hart. If you would be so kind.
Well, all right then. Here goes nothing.
The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please.
Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name.
Well, let me officially worry you.
So true calling Edward pretty. So, the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes them the victim of one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down that hatch, see? And the murder happened, and then the auction started back up again. Now, I had me look back downstairs right after that.
No.
And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again.
How? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart?
Sure as sure can be, your gavel ship. Saw 'em with my own two peepers. So, 11 before the murder, and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy!
He's so cute.
That's a thingy!
Oh no. A contradiction, Eustace. Do try to keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all?
I done told you already. They carried right on again like nothing even happened. Oh, except for, it wasn't nothing much, but...
What is it?
That little old mallet doodad? Can't have yourself an auction with that one. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different.
The auctioneer's hammer?
That's the bunny. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, then nothing. Just like that.
So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely, that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor one of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh.
Chalk one up for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Mr. Edgeworth, there's really nothing we could do.
No. There must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, Case. All right, kids. Do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I expect you to make good on... One moment, sir. I worry that it might still be a little early to pass judgment. After all, we have one more matter yet to resolve. This too is the Great Ace Attorney too. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expected you to have raised your voice by now. A loud, hold it, perhaps. Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well, let's get this over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's... I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. I can't remember. Were they also Southern? I think they were.
What's this all about? Why'd you call us back down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of an hour. This better be good. Did somebody else drop dead? Well, they might soon wish they had.
Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you, this won't take long.
Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will ya?
Of course. We summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Gabel up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks that you provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy?
Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever.
That's strange.
Huh? What do you mean?
In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings?
That's awful. How can you say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that?
To help the true culprit, of course.
As if I'd know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort.
Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? Still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes.
Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report.
I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story.
Why do we even need to? This is pointless.
I'll be the judge of what's pointless. Thank you very much.
We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, ow! We really don't have time for all this.
Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is.
Grandma says she'll testify. But could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer.
And yet you had no qualms about taking your time and buying cotton candy the last time we saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is.
Her cut-in is so funny.
No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report. Not ever. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong's about as likely as ow. And what the heck do you think I stand for to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say. Nothing funky there.
See, it's just as I thought. There's no chance a good doctor doctored her findings. And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true?
Of course. Grandma's never told a lie in her.
Objection!
Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you.
Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report.
Hold it!
The victim appears to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury. And yet, there was not a single drop of her blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem.
Oh, that's... How? I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man.
I keep saying words today.
My dang report already says what you just said, don't it?
Objection!
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said.
Oh. Sure. I diligently dictated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. Something happened to it after that, it weren't nothing to do with me.
You dictated it? If you could please tell me more.
Do we just present the...
Objection!
Yeah, girl, you fucked it up.
Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself.
Oh, I'll read it to... Ow! This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all.
What? What do you mean exactly?
I don't know. But I can't say that. No.
Ms. Needler, if you are attempting to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself, on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gavelle something in private. What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relay to everyone what you have just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something.
Wow, that was a great impression.
Yes, but was it really necessary?
Should I have done it better?
So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me she just made a little mistake. Pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it.
Why would you want to change it? Exactly, that's ow! You won't get away with it that easy. Explain yourself, young lady. But Grandma,
You submitted a falsified report, and an act that led to Kay being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation.
but I can't. I can't tell you.
Not don't want, but can't? This is rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking after her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there?
Objection!
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you're now a de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime was very important because Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice.
Ooh!
Oh, so she's a co-conspirator. This innocent young thing. You share your grounds for making such a wild share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to maintain attendee numbers. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees. The fact that a witness testified to there being 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense.
Hey, watch it. Y'all gotta call my good word into the question now, too.
That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you at your word, which means there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you were wrong.
Objection!
I wasn't wrong, I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in place of the victim, there would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well, well. So that's your thinking, is it? Certainly an intriguing theory. A game theory. But surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looked strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could very easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction?
I wouldn't do something like...
Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they?
I can't tell you. I can't. It'd hurt... I just can't. It'd hurt Grandma, too. Ow! But Grandma... Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell me everything, child. But... Granny!
It definitely says grandma. I don't know where I got granny from. Oh, girl.
So I was right. She was an accomplice.
Miss Needler, why?
Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself?
Yes. Huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm all right now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer.
So you admit that you were working with the ringleader?
Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but I found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them.
The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim.
They seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counterplan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie.
If you'd have been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you.
I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying.
Her accent disappeared. Well, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering that report only a few minutes ago.
Objection!
I think we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in that storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say our friend the nurse was hiding?
Nurse Needler hid in the...
Take that!
She hid inside this clothes box. Oh, she did she?
Huh. Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told y'all, they had all them chains around it. Wanted to hide in there myself, really, but it was locked up real tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time you had arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it or it would have really blown our cover. So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then we wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not so long after. It was just before the auction was due to start.
So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so.
The auction proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around then.
You betcha. I was behind that statue there shaking like a dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim, after placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box. Nurse Needler's role was now to pretend to be Miss Ringer, which is horrifying. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler?
Yes. In fact, that's exactly what happened.
Hold up. So you just waltz right back on in and nobody noticed?
This is two completely different people we're talking about.
You're telling me not a one of the other folks down there at the auction cottoned on.
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she had stolen the victim's clothes. She was using the victim's name. She was imitating the victim. As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their masks at all times. If Nurse Needler was wearing the same clothes as Mr. Why do I keep getting Mr.? As Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ow! And left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. it wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. And when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put that raincoat on her.
So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus, the auction was able to carry on as before. Guess the part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went on over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, then back I snuck to my little hidey hole. Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that. Well, that is. Not exactly. What is it? Did something happen?
So, maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
Oh, nothing much. Kind of silly, really, but, there was a sudden loud noise and it startled me just a little bit, you know? All right, maybe more than a little, but I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess I got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there y'all were clanking down that ladder.
I see. So you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one like they was supposed to.
Nurse Needler, once the auction had restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes boxes I'd been instructed. It had a dead body inside, after all.
She is so chill about this murder.
Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then.
So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime?
No, not until we came back up so I could pay for it. That was when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed at the foot of the ladder instead.
Hey.
Yes. She must have fallen from up on the roof and been knocked unconscious.
Guess the victim must have left that hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her. But she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knock me out for so long, though.
So in summary, by the time Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp on what occurred up to this point now. Nurse Needler, if you would continue.
Sure. So I found Kay, and then next I found Miss Ringer, and I put them both in the clothes box. We couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo.
Was that your idea or the ringleader's?
Theirs. Putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done.
I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case.
And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in the auctioneer's outfit we'd prepared.
Of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think she was the auctioneer.
All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything. And that was that.
Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you do so immediately.
I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ow! You're dang right you didn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you?
That's where you draw the line? So taking her clothes was okay?
Her hair was totally different. The style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. There was a straight one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box.
2 weeks. But why?
Right? I wonder that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day.
Leaving a wavy wig in the box. And that's everything you know? There's nothing else you're forgetting?
No. Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything.
And I take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be?
Sorry. I only know they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on. And they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone.
Ugh. I can't get something concrete on them. Well, Miles, are we about done? Proving the nurse was part of the murder plot. But sadly for you, it doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. And justice must prevail. You can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Francisca! Yay!
Francisca, what are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that? Prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries she suffered, not the second. Well, someone say something. Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francisca, but we already proved that ourselves. You what? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Ah! Well, why didn't you say so sooner? You didn't exactly give us a chance. And I suppose you know about the murder weapon too? No, not yet. Good. Then listen up. The victim was struck on the head with a blunt object bearing a circular surface. And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem. A circular surface.
Objection!
And you're certain of that, I assume. Your sources are above board. Two trusted medical professionals reached the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more.
Objection!
That's certainly good to know.
Objection!
Hold on. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of... Of what? I am the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue leads pertaining to related parties. Especially the victim. My, you've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear? Then all parties are in agreement. The victim died from a blow to the head. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified. Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two.
But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapon during my investigation.
And yet, one need only think about the setting and an auctioneer's tools, and the answer should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction. We're obviously talking about Judge Gavel's hammer. No, I'm kidding. What would an auctioneer lady... Where am I getting these words? What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
But we never found one of those.
If the auctioneer was indeed the killer, it does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. But without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. A game theory. I'm gonna keep saying it. Oh, I have just the evidence you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. Circular striking purpose. Right?
Take that!
Look closely at this piece of evidence. I did it wrong. What on earth are you talking about, Miles Edgeworth? Put the thing away before I sick my whip on you. Ugh, before? And what was that just now? Oh. Auction continued, but the hammer could no longer be heard.
Take that!
Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder and was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right? Chairman Winner. Have our people look into this right away. You really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, hmm? He seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess.
Yippee! Sick. Okay. That is going to be the end of today's stream. As soon as I exit to the menu for the cool outro music. Come on. Back to title. Yippee! Alright. Wahoo! It says that an ad break is starting soon. Completely ignore that, please. Anyway, that is gonna be it for tonight's stream. If you're not already, y'all should join my. Let me do the bot thing. Y'all should join my Discord server if you're not already a part of it. Go to check it out. Also, if you would like to catch up on my streams, they're a little behind right now, but I do have a VOD channel that has all of my Twitch VODs uploaded for viewing at your leisure. Oh, now it's working. It keeps doing this, like, as I start manually doing it. Anyway. Also, it'll probably pop up in a couple of seconds, but I do have another YouTube channel where I post things like vocal covers. My most recent one being Loneliness Loop from Yakuza 5. Is a full English cover. You should check it out. What else is there? I will not be streaming next weekend because I will be at Anime Milwaukee. Please do come say hi if you see me there. I will be cosplaying probably at least one Yakuza character. And Emma Sky, probably from her investigations design that we got to see on stream today. Yeah. And I'll be walking around during the weekend of Anime Milwaukee. Yeah. I will probably be returning to streams the weekend after that with, again, Ace Attorney Investigations on Saturday. And not sure on Friday. I may move my weekend streams to Saturday, Sunday. We will see. I will let y'all know via my socials and my Discord as usual. But that is it for tonight. I'm very sleepy today. This was kind of a long section that I played through. All right. I hope everybody has a good night. I will see you either at Amkey or in 2 weeks. Goodbye.